this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna make a script or something to find these things. And I'm gonna read this. But first, so like partial, or yeah, so I'm thinking Python. But all things are interesting to learn. I'm gonna to find get changes in the filter set and similar output or permissions for a user. We take a little look at ACs. On directory partitions, usually the domain NC head object. Let's ground them. Here's the process. These permissions are not on the user object itself. They're usually assigned on the domain root object, possibly configuration NC or schema NC for force wide roles. Outbound replication rights are get changes role, get changes in filter set are most relevant to this thing. And these are the three we had on this account in administrator. And I found all the things in this box were really, yeah, all the things except one were bloodhound, right? So imagine we don't have to do bloodhound, which is slow, right? We want to just check what's fun about Ethan, right? What's fun about let's do the one that gives us all the things again. So yeah, I was already far down. Shortest path from owned objects. And we have Olivia with permissions on Michael, with permissions on Benjamin, with access to the FTP, where we found three other sets of creds, where we found Emily, and then Emily has generic right. So we have done generic all, force change password, and generic right. So all of these, we want to be able to find what's fun about this user. That's what we want to make a script for, right? So it's all in the outbound object control here. That's annoying. So I shouldn't click it then. So I just run it again. Let's click Michael. Oh gosh, I did not scroll. I scrolled here. So again, oh gosh. Waiting. Now I dare to click this. And this time it's a group permission, so those are also interesting. But we want member of and the outbound object control. And when we just look at all the data about the user, we can't see this. So that's why we're looking at this now. And I'm just gonna take a bite. So to be able to do that, we need to understand how it works, right? And now we know a little bit more. So they're not on the user, they're on the domain root object. Configuration as is schema and C. Yeah. Let's say we're also interested in other permissions, easily seen in bloodhound, but not while when, for example, running LDAP search to get info on a user. Let's see if we have more to add after reading all of it. So power view, fire sploit. I don't want to use things that are not built in, but I think this might be, yeah, it's built in now, right? It just keeps saying that. Let's actually connect, or we're already connected as administrator. That'll do. As we just finish it. So yeah, it doesn't have find object ACL, so it's not there. But we want to 80 module. Yeah, that's better. GUID. Did you get that from my data? No, I didn't send any data. So this is a GUID for get changes in filtered search. So we learned something more. This shouldn't be called GUID. It should be get changes in filtered set GUID, right? But that would be long, so it doesn't do it. Root, yeah. Get ACL AD colon root distinguished name. Okay, so we're getting, yeah, so that's why we make it a variable. Okay. Let's try to run this one. We have AD stuff as it's a DC. I'll wait this time. Yeah. So, experimenting. We need somewhere to write. So, and it's this box. So, administrator. HTTP. That kind of works better, right? Get ACL. Yeah, that's a new line. That's a new line. Because it uses, these are just the variables. That's actual code. In this case, I guess this is okay. I'm not gonna mess with it. So Ethan extended right. So if this was a script, we could replace that. So enterprise domain controllers, administrators, and Ethan has this, right? So it worked. We have a start. And I think I will finish this, even if the break runs out. So I'm gonna send this back here. This worked. And yeah, get changes. Like here we have all of them. Where? That's important stuff. Bloodhound. Yeah. Yeah, we don't want to use bloodhound, that's the point. If you want, I can give you a full one-liner of 603. Uh, I want to make a nice Python script, though. What can we use? Unpack it. Hmm. Yes, impact is good. We wanted Python script to do the same SEL information about FCs, but then gets most of its special permissions by enumerating NT security descriptor attributes over LDAP and decoding the security descriptor, exactly what impact can do. So, the key points for Python script: use impact at LDAP LDAP, impact at LDAP LDAP types. So was there any information in this? I guess this will pop up later. It will have an example, right? Yeah, it's here too. So these two. Or, okay. Hmm, LDAP types as our security descriptor. Yeah, so probably there's already constants for these. It would be odd if not. With steps, connect to LDAP as your user, query the object you care about, the main. Once you head with attributes. Mm. So these are the includes. This is nowhere of the code. So I guess we do this. And the security descriptor control LDAP SD flag request control, so you get the decals. Parse each AC in the decal and compare the object type GUID. Like bloodhound's extended rights chasing. So we're gonna search that. Yeah, this is not a 20 minutes project. I'm like looking for GitHub, but Bloodhound Legacy PS1. It's not on this page. No matches. So let's ignore that. It's not always right, you know. Generical known. Generic rights don't have an object type. Qid. Add more from. So we asked it. We didn't ask to be sent on to something else. So we import the data types. LDAP, LDA, ASN1. LDAP connection, login, and search. And it got this from our example. Res LDAP search, speech object class attributes. Search controls. DAC only. For the N actors. So res has these bits, meaning the result. If not actors, on, continue. We want to see all the data ourselves. What input is best here? So it just took what I said and didn't suggest anything else, which it's okay, but we wanted to be creative. If you want, you can go let us style the rights mapping file. Please give me a list. Incomplete list. Also some links to resources on the top, please. Interesting rights. This bloodhound detects ambiguities and meaning, if applicable. Yeah, I kind of thought that might be the case. It didn't actually do anything. Good resources for learning how to enumerate and interpret these. Yeah. Please change the header UID to oh gosh, what was I doing? To something like way to get the data, and please fill in all required details to get the data. Known varies and similar non-informative answers are not okay. Thank you. Yeah. So we get some some keywords, but these are what we want to write, and I told it. And generic container. If we just need a name, it still has to say why and how and what and whatever. And basically, what about interesting rights table, but with explicit actionable how to get the data column instead of vague yes. Here is a cleaned up list. Standard access mask. Okay. Please give Python examples for all types of what did we call it? How to get the data. How to get the data. Thank you. Let's say grade 2. We're happy. If it works, we don't know yet. So type 1, type 2, type 3. So it's said it's 3 types. Yeah, so we can build stuff from this. I'm not gonna ask it for something complete because it can't really do stuff that advanced because it always bugs out and you spend more time debugging. But simple questions, it can do. It can do that. Then we have these. Active Directory security descriptor reference. Yeah. Yeah, that's what happens, right? So it got this from some old site or whatever. It was just guessing. Win 32. Let's see if this one works. Just for fun. Yes. So it's just the first one. Hopefully. Yeah. For not found. So it sends us to stuff that it doesn't know if it works or not. Meaning these are not the sources. Oh, that's also bloodhound. An AC to sleep. Gosh. Can't I just middle mouse click it? And that one I should have. Oh, it opened menu anyway. So from structure port template packet structure no. Let's keep that up. The types. The bloodhound, the python ingester, sharphound, pie, in older bloodhound. Will this link work? Yes. No. But that's not hard to find. Ghost pack. Partial example for parsing rights. Yeah, but I want to do this from Linux. I don't want to do it from Windows, so we won't. Python. I'm not gonna run PowerShell in Linux. I mean, we don't have to. So this might be interesting still to check out. We can just Google to, run the fixed list. Please go through your last two answers and make sure all information is there and nothing is excluded, and that it is correct. Please. Well, please. Final merged and corrected because there was nothing to correct, but it's still corrected. Okay, so it added a column. Oh, it separated one column into two. No? Yeah, because I asked later for it to give examples, and then there was 3 types, and that's why it added that. Nice. Where and how to pull this data? Always required and security descriptor with SD flag, request control for DECL only, or this mask for full. Search space to check. Domain is head. OUs for admin, delegated admin rights, GPOs for script and policy control rights. Yeah, so policy control rights and script control rights. I don't think that will be our top thing, right? And delegated admin rights too. We kind of want to be a domain admin, right? But this might be interesting. Let's say that the user we want to become is in another OU and we actually have permissions to change things there. So we would have to check it too. We'll see what happens. So I've already spent almost 10 minutes into work time here. But I was eating too, so. Python example for all retrieval type. So we have great data to get started with, and it's actually included all the things here now for us. So I just asked for an example for all of them. We'll see if it works later because I need to do some other stuff. And it's 14:15. I think that so this is PowerShell. PowerShell working example. Then we have a longer list now, but these are also to remind us get changes all, and get changes filter set. And this one is the most specific. So if we search for this one in here, it's not found. So I wasn't just missing it when I was scrolling. ChatGPT gave us a lot of links, and most of them are 404s. This one also worked. So I asked for actual places with, yeah, little headache still. Here we have it, at least. The list I made it make. Lost it. So let's do the most basic example, and I'm thinking its example from before. Let's copy this. So I think I gave it this. It should be smarter. If it has a search space here, it should be able to understand what this should be. So did I copy it? Let's see if this runs at all. Nah. Let's actually do this. A tiny first example to test the functionality, the connection to LDAP and the basic functionality of impact, please. Because I just want a tiny little thing. It doesn't have to be these things. So let's try this one first. Much quicker than Googling. It's my new Google for something. Hmm. Hmm. So let's just F5 to get out the command line. Is that lazy? Yes. But now it's up. Now I can install. Come on. I know. Where's the prompt? We have to stop it. I moved them so I couldn't find them. So we're on Windows, so pip, not pip 3. Back it. All right. Yeah. So let's do this. At the start of stream, when I started the other script, I noticed that it wasn't opening the environment. So it's not doing virtual environments in Python. And OS error invalid argument. That's an old error. I think it might have to do with that. I need a lot of water. I didn't plan to get a headache. I never get a headache. Unless I lift it too heavily. I don't think I did. I did lift stuff though. In that case, if that's the reason, that's stupid of me. As I had my kid along to lift stuff. Yeah, so he's 15, but he's big. Hmm. Oh, cottage cheese and mixed with a baby well. Hmm. Interesting. Hmm. I'm sorry. I promise more speed than this, right? Maybe I should just take a headache pill to see if that helps. Why wait, you know? Let's see if I can find something. You're stupid if you can get rid of it and don't, right? So if it's my stupid back pain, this doesn't really help me very much, but I can try. So allergy mixed with headache. I'm not sick. I'm not going to be sick. Hmm. So it found something. See details, please. Guess what the virus is and why this doesn't work. So, impact, it is a virus. I could have guessed, right? But I didn't see any warnings then, though. On the second try, I saw it blip up. It's a severe problem. Impact. So, uh, so where did it go? History then? It's quick. Again. Yeah, so I have to do actions here. Restore. And I did 2 tries. So this will be the same. Pip, unpack, impact it. So, whatever. This one is checked. So we should have. What happens if we do it again now? Will it understand that this is the same file? No, we got a third one. Threats found. Stupid. Stupid thing. So we're actually in a directory which is excluded, right? But as we're installing stuff here, Python, And it's using a temporary directory. So it's even calling it in packet here. So let's click that thing too. Allow. Yes. I want to allow it still. This time too. So third time. So two different severe things happened. We had to approve both of them. The file and the actual thing. We got the third one. We got another one. Now the ones I set that they're not a problem, they are set to low, and we got a new high one. In packet MSR. Threaten the device. Examples. Oh, we will go all the examples. Well, at least we have the path to the examples now. Let's take the opportunity to copy that, because why not? These are the scripts we usually use in Kali. So we have it saved over there. So this one is just hi, just. So fourth try. Well, fifth, but the first two were no difference. I didn't see the warning. Failed to build. Oh, I'm so surprised by now. Another high. Yes, I want to see. So I thought so. So that was l.shell, and now it's ms sql shell. Hi. So we'll have to do this for all the files. We can't do it for all of them at once. Yeah, sorry guys. I don't know how to bypass this. What? Yeah, we want this window to be there, thanks. And this is what I want to move. No, that's not what I want to move. This is what I want to move. It's too dark and I have an open window. The blue sky. I'll just go do it quickly now. So it's just allow. We could do this directory. Let's see if it is the same directory for both. No, it's a new number. I don't want to make all of temp app data local temp excluded. That wouldn't be smart. Well, it's not like I don't have others. We could do it temporary. So the stupid thing is if I click the thing, I go here. We could do this too to get the new one. and allow this. So user Sophia update a local temp will have to be, because the next level is changing every time. Yeah, this is a random number. Well, random characters. Better allow it just to have it done in case this doesn't work. So these are actually even the same, and still it's asking again. So Obsidian, and also my web page, because it's also got all the things. Folder, that, select. Let's hope that works now. Using cached impact at least. Gene is good. I guess we should be happy Defender finds those things. So get details. Another severe one. So quarantine allow. Let's not click that. Let's just be as quick as possible. 18 of 19. What was the pop, by the way? Let's check the history here. So now it's in Python. It's putting it in the place where it's supposed to be, probably. Dump ntlm info pi. So we might need to add this one. Scripts. I'll just copy this in case. Fingers crossed. I'm just guessing it'll just stop again. So this time it didn't actually do anything. Because it was all successfully already installed. So does this exist? Let's It was gonna open it in there, wasn't it? I was gonna actually remove the file name, right? And this was too quick. Domain though. I don't know if it still has all the things. The script. Yeah. So it is there. I wish you could see all the things without doing properties on it. So it seems to be there. Was that the last file? It wasn't. It was 18 of 19, right? So what did I miss? Why don't I have? Is that the case? Let's just paste it here. So dump and TLM. There. Let's open it in code then. So what we're looking for could also exist in NetExec, LDAP, or be added, of course, if it's not there. So I don't feel like reinventing the wheel if it already exists, you know? So let's just continue, because the reason we do this, you know, why is it? It says deleted. So 3 minutes ago we deleted the file again. Yeah, I almost say bad words, okay? I just approved it. Just the line, the one before here. Yeah? Dump NLM info. Dump NLM info. What about the path? It should be the same. Yeah. Right, I had roast beef in this one too. And now it's got cheese on the side. Mm. Mm. So what do you call it when it's not brunch but lunch and dinner? I guess I ate brunch before and now I eat dinner. Nah. So this one still says severe. It's because I haven't gone back and gone in there. Because then it will say, no, still severe? The other one changed. Mm. So now this one should. Gosh, I can't see the tabs. Yeah, so now it's not red anymore. It's a deleted. Installing collected packages. So I'm thinking of uninstalling and installing it again. Let's just do it. But first, let's make an exclusion for the directory that it had problems with too. Why not have exclusions like a thing you would usually use, right? Everybody misuses. Now we remove it. No, I didn't actually type it. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't just set this for 20 minutes because, yeah, uh, uninstall. Yeah, couldn't they all use the same word? And it is in Python 313 lib actually. Let's change the directory so that actual files are included in the next section. Not just scripts. Because we're gonna make some scripts that it won't like. Anyway, right? So I don't think I got this problem before. So the dependencies, I'm sure they're all there as it should, because they're not viruses. Let's just assume it's there. Hmm. I was trying to get 12. Can't eat more. I have more than half left. This is what we want to run. And we're gonna actually make this the reason to install it here, even though we can't do this, we can start a VM with an 80 server, and we do have one, but it would be better with my Proxmoid server, which is dead. So that needs to be on the to-do list. I do have a computer on the floor. I wonder if it has 16 gigs or like 14 or something. So blue has 14. And it has a 500 gig hard drive in there already. So we just need to add like a 2 tera drive. Or we move this hard drive to this computer, because this is the one with hardware problems. And we can also take the RAM from this one in case that's the problem. So it's approximately the same, but this is an i5. Meaning we have half the processors. And that's not nice when you do virtual machines. I guess it will have to work if we can't get this one started. So when you give the motherboard power, it just blips. The fan turns a little bit and then it stops. And I haven't looked at it. It's on the shelf in the wardrobe. So let's just have Impact installed just to be able to see this better for now. It had uppercase though. Mm, 10.129. That turned. Alright, we got a new one. Blip blip. Let's see what I can get in messages. What kind of messages? Hmm? One, two, three. How slow is it? Yeah, let's just ignore it. Oh, so this is awake again. I'm like, didn't I disable it? See if this one woke up. I should be able to select text. So we'll have to restart this Kali VM if it doesn't wake up. I'm just going to move it to the screen where I will be as usually, so I can see if something happens. So what happened here is I just clicked this, and it actually responds to this, right? But it's only shrinking it. There's nothing on the other side. Yeah. I'm thinking it's dead. So let's give it some time. Hmm. What I wanted to scroll up to now was the IP address, but it's in the notes. So let's just go back there. 114. Yeah, so it's very nice to have the fan on. '23. And the user. Uh, oh, I have caps. Right, this is a user we're running it with. And we want to get information about Ethan because we have his information, right? So let's run it with the user we want information about. That's just logical. So we can run it every time we get a new user to find a nice list of their stuff without having to run bloodhound. I mean, gather the data, open it, wait for Neo4j and bloodhound to start, go to the browser, make a search. If we can just, oh, there it is. That's what I want. And if I was focused, this would be much quicker, but it's lunch or whatever, and headache. So the password, which I'm looking for, I didn't put the administrator hash in here. This is and administrator colon. But first, there, create connection, LDAP connection. Yeah, and it uses a variable domain. Yeah, I kind of would prefer to have it here if it's not used several times, because I want it as readable and simple as possible but it is used several times. There's still duplicates here, right? Why does it say HTTP here? So possibly administrator.htb. Yeah, I think it had other errors too, right? Well, let's just run it first. And for that, we need this working, so we're going to have to kill it. Yeah. We had to push the button. And it was just running a few hours before it crashed, so that's not normal. I blame VMware, not Kelly. Sorry. Too much food stuff on the way to type the password. And every time I log in, I think, right, I need to change the image because that's horrible. And this time I'm just gonna do it because I don't want to do that anymore. I updated Kelly and it's changed back. And it should be in my new web page. Do I have it back? Oh, did I close my notes? So config login background. Change the login background. I even have two here. So funny that we get Llama server background. Sorry. Yeah. This is my old one I made, and this is a new one, and they're almost in the same place. But I didn't find this one last time I did it, so I made a new one. So let's compare. The negative of not being in the notes is that I can't actually paste here. So we can compare it like this. Sudo ln as, well, this is F for force 2, image path, and here I have different, I've tested with user share, desktop base, Kali theme, login background. So it is the same, it's just that I tested different ones. And I broke it. We don't need to check another VM because it hopped back when I... So Linux Kali, or just Linux. Love Linux. The search here is much messier. There's the one that's not finished. We don't need two. So where is the other one? Login background. Let's pull it up to Kali. So I have two One is more, but this one has an image path there. And this one is like specific. I want it to be the desktop PG, right? If you use a GUI, I will never hop back, right? Hmm. Yeah. Let me just delete. And let's see, it's alternatives desktop background. Use our share backgrounds color. This is a specific image. This is a setting of the image. This is a link itself. And I think it didn't work very well. This might be, this is not what we want. This is a specific default image. So this one is not the right one, really. It's just what I happen to want there. Here we have USR share images desktop base, desktop background. So meaning it's the same place as this login background is, but it's just the desktop background. Let's try this one first. So I tried so many things, so it all got a mess. Became all of a mess. Yeah, something is wrong there. Why so big and blurry? So good thing we just need to log out anyway. Let's see. Ah, but this is not the one we want, right? I have the purple set in mind, meaning this is not the right command. No, not Kelly. So I'm sorry for not doing what I was supposed to. I just wanted to. I've seen it so many times, and now we're fixing the nose at the same time. So I'm gonna run the first one. And I'm also curious about the resolution. What happened? So let's open one of these. Things are much bigger, right? So let's not use that. Yeah, it's just that. I don't usually have it clicked, so it didn't reset the resolution to what we actually have because it stayed on the boot one, I guess, or the opposite, that it didn't free stretch and we enabled free stretch. And there's something set to use the lower resolution. That's actually interesting, because then we can get the start image not to be this ugly. I'm allowing myself to go a little bit off here. So, removable devices should also be like the screen, right? Isn't the screen a device? Is it one of the things we have settings for? We have the sound card here, so display. There's no default resolution. Use host setting for monitors. Specify monitors. Yeah, be flexible. Then you should really use what I have and not something else. But I get when I boot, I don't have that high resolution either. I'm tired. Why am I tired? I'm not supposed to be tired yet. It's just been 8 hours. And I had a long movement break there with shopping. Let's just do stuff. Right, I need to check first. Another logout. And now we use the top alternative, and we have the blue one still. So then we do the middle one. Still to solve. So I'm just typing here sets the Kali sets it to the Kali default right now. It's the blue one, that's the default, right? The blue 3D one, right? Cube 3D one. Should even call that cubes. And then we do question mark, because next time I do this will reset again. So I'm gonna do one more.
Queltalis says hello again.
Hello. Welcome back. So I'm just messing with the login screen of Kali quickly because it's been annoying me since I updated it and it put it back to the ugly default one. So let's log out to see what image we have. So last time I was in looking in all the directories, changing the links and stuff. So do we have the purple or the blue? The blue still. Yeah, so I think it's broken for this time, and I'll have to try next time with one of the others. So this is good enough for now. Or we can always try the GUI way too. So I'm happy with this one, but
Clonopin
it would be
Commander
nicer to
says,
have the
"What's
real
your day
ones.
job?"
I'm actually co-working, applying for jobs now because the consulting gig I had stopped last week. So that's what I'm. When I'm working, that's what I'm doing. So, but I've worked in IT as an IT specialist and programmer for over 20 years, and then I've been doing a lot of different jobs because I've had kids with special needs that need me home, and I still need to help them quite a bit, but I think I can do 100% hybrid now, so that's what I'm hoping for, or 100% remote, but that's not as fun.
Cool.
So, welcome in, by the way. So what we're actually doing right now are we're testing, see if we can make, instead of loading, getting all the bloodhound data and then starting bloodhound, it's starting neo4j slowly, loading bloodhound. It takes time getting up the browser. If we can just run a command line script like this and get all the information about a certain user that we just got credentials for, right? That's what you want to know. What can this one do? Oh, they have DC sync. Great, thank you. Or oh, they can set the permission, the password for this user. We just did administrator. We had a lot of these things, and it was annoying. So, so let's move this over to this. we'll need the VPN. I have a fork on my keyboard. There. And let's actually mousepad that. I haven't used this since we got this reinstalled. I had a Proxmox VM before, but the Proxmox server kind of died during vacation, so that's why I have this now. Temporarily, I need to check the hardware for that one. Maybe we'll do it later. Preferences. Yeah, 10. Like we want 10. Let's try 14. And let's save this as Control-Shift-F. That's okay. We probably could have just Control-S. Let's do PyTools and AD test. I already have a test Py. So AD tests. Fine. So we get the pretty colors. Good. And okay. We didn't have any. Let's just open one of the others that we've been. What could we find to open? We have subdomain and number and stuff. What does that do? Oh, right, of course. So we have in packet, so it's not complaining about that. But ChatGPT's syntax was off, it seems. Or invalid credentials. Error in bind, invalid credentials. So maybe it is just a typo. Let's actually remove this because that wasn't right. As okay, said before. Yeah, can't coerce domain into integer. Object class domain. So where does it want an integer? Scope. So line 19, res equals, that's a response. Response equals LDAP connection search. Search base. So this is why I wanted an easy, simple first test example. Let's actually full screen this and make the text even bigger so it's not confusing to look. So what should we do? Let's try 18. It's a tiny script. We can do 18, right? I prefer if people who's on their phones even can see. We can also try administrator.htb / just to have tried that too. Invalid credentials. Yeah, so I think it wants actually just a username because we didn't get that kind of error then. Then we got an error instead on the query here. So let's build this out as without variables, so we can actually see. And so search space is this, right? So what does it say for search space? Because we know what it's supposed to be. So let's print search space. And I would so love to tab there, but you can't do that. So let's copy it instead. This is why I had the code open, but not here. So this one will of course fail too because it's the same line, but we will get a print first of what it made. So this is what it made. And this looks okay, but I haven't used uppercase. Yeah, so this trace is also quite long. So we will know what the number is for if we look at all of it. But let's just try and see what's logical, right? So let's grab this value here, because that's why I did that, right? Really? Well, we can keep printing it. And we put this here as search base as a string instead. There. And maybe we should even lowercase it. So if I were to use LDAP search, this is what we would do, right? We can actually just run the simple one. So hopping up over to my notes, and it's getting too long. So here's the one for getting naming constants. So we want to get the base, and that's what we want to use, right? So let's make another one for tests. Oh, obviously that's not the IP address. 10, 129, 114, 23. Yeah. So naming, this is what it says. It says lowercase, right? It doesn't say uppercase. So let's copy that and use that in the script. And we're sure we're not off. And it shouldn't change. It should be the same. Then object class domain, attributes, distinguish name. So let's just comment everything for now. We want to make sure that everything else works. It can have a close here. Let's comment all the things. I mean all the things. So just open and close the connection. LDAP/TCP, comma domain. If this errors, then we know, right? Oh gosh. Let's actually run the script, not the command again. No errors. So we did connect, no problems, right? Then let's do l.con login. So we're going to use the username and the password to log in. And if we hop over to Windows, we will be able to mouse over this thing here. Literal, yeah. Let's actually change these so they're the same. So we finished the machine. We're just using it to do this. Variable. Here we have the method login. I want to zoom this. Let's make the text bigger. Font size 20 maybe, at least. Controls the font size in pixels. Font. I just wanted it a little bit bigger there. Yeah, we don't have to go crazy. Let's see, a little bigger. Let's close this thing. Just take space. I don't think I will ever use it again. For 3 days, it was messing with my code, and I was like, okay, I found a use for it. It can make comments for the code. But otherwise, it's better to just either use an AI in the browser for a specific thing. But it was great for making comments, really. Yeah. So I was like, enter after something, and it was like, poof, comment. Um, so let's now with bigger text. Hopefully it's easier for everybody to read now. So we have def login, user, password, domain, lm hash, anti-hash. Okay. Authentication choice. And the default here is silly. Negotiate. Silly. So it doesn't say anything about domain being included there, especially since the domain is a special one, right? But we're connecting to a domain controller, so we don't really have to say that, do we? And we can also use a hash instead, which is nice. Now we have authentication choice, type of authentication protocol. I would like to know what those were, but anyway, right, we also settled already here. URL based DN. And it wants this format, it seems. And then the search base, we saw the format, right? It splits it. It adds DC equals before both, and a comma in between. And I can't imagine that line ever having a problem. Let's run this now. Now when we know more about the function. So we're gonna run it. I commented everything else. Let's see if we get any errors. We did it first when we had the bad format, right? So we can also log in. Then we can do that. And we can also print that. I was like, oh yeah, let's look at it. We get output now. Oh yeah, no, because it didn't change it. Let's also change this one to lowercase. Admin is trader.htb. So we have an IP or FQDN username and password. Change these. Yeah, so if you need another port, I'm assuming that there's a, oh, sorry, I'm trying to tab to this. So we could say the port, I'm sure. If not, raises an error. Yeah. So we have no error handling, so we will see all errors. Then this line, which it has errored on. So I guess we use this. It was just me trying to be explicit there, making sure there's no errors. Let's use the one. Come on. I could tab, I couldn't error well. So this is a long error. This is what we have ChatGPT for. Let the computer read the long file. It wouldn't take me much more time, right? There. Mm. Hmm. Yeah, we saw the. But you accidentally give it a string. I have. This is ChatGPT script from here, right? So we accidentally gave it that. I mean, I accidentally gave it that. Scope must be or not a string. So where is the? It's in the rest line. Yeah, here, scope. No, I prefer editing it myself. It's not much. So, search base, search filter. Yeah, let's expand it and name the arguments. Yeah, we can do that. We'll see. So what ChatGPT didn't think of is how this function works, or didn't know. So if we actually look at this, which I should have done myself, we can see that search base is the first one. Then we have scope, deriv aliases, and that's why that one is called attributes, because it will be far down here. But this one is, the second one is not named, and it is not scope. So we just need to name it search filter, and it will work. And that's not what it said. Let's see if I was right. So, yeah, let's undo the splitting. We don't need to add stuff more. Search filter. We can use search base too, because it's always nice to know what we're actually entering, right? We need to change it to base. Search base, search filter, and attributes. And if we need scope, it will tell us, but it just added it because it was mentioned in scope in the error message. And that was not the error, right? So we don't have an error anymore, meaning we can the only thing I did change is that let's do its automatic, use its automatic one rather. And then we uncomment that. And for DN attributes, let's call this, let's keep it for now. We'll make prettier scripts. Attrs items, yeah. So str object, we get a string. Yeah, so let's cheat by looking at what actually this is, which is not really cheating. Yeah, but the formatter of the result, meaning this function's result, will contain what? A list. I want to see this list specified, thank you. It can't, because it's not. We might have to Google. Yeah, list. So let's change the code. Let's do it in Kali because I don't want to move stuff over all the time. First of all, let's comment all of it again. And just print the list. Print rest. So we know what we have. It will be messy. So we can see here we have search assert enter value object. So res I don't want to delete this, but we have it already, so we can delete it. For each attribute. Yeah, I see it's for each thing in res print thing. Right, so we get a little bit prettier thing than the thing. And I'm just print because that's the quickest way to make a new line afterwards. So this is what we have in this way. Obviously much less data than this. So we have dropped data. Let's add a thing too, because that was kind of what it was doing before, right? Thing in the previous one we had comma dn comma attributes. So the DN and the attributes for it, I'm assuming. But let's call it a very logical thing one, thing two, because we don't know what it is yet. We need to find out what it is. Thing one and thing two. So thing one and thing two. Uh, Not enough values to unpick, yeah? So all of them don't have two things. Hmm. So um, let's look at the data again. So this first one, let's actually put a dot in this one so we can see which lines come from this print statement. And we're gonna comment that. No, because yeah, let's just do that. Okay, that's not what I meant to do. So now you can see that there are empty lines here that are part of this lump of data. So obviously this is search result reference. So when we do LDAP search, we get this lump in the end. So if we do the same LDAP search here, this is what we did before. It is not actually, this will give us too much. Let's go hop to the notes and be a little smarter than that. Domain Hamlet. Yeah, so I've grabbed these details here. But let's try and be so close to this query as possible. Yeah, this is what empty. So I'm going actually for the next. So we have, this is the first place, and then it's mentioned here without creds, and then we have usernames for password spray. Yeah, this is getting all the users with the some account name description and member of only. So this is kind of what we want to do, but we want to add all those other things that we can get from a simple search. And if we learn what we want, we can also use LDAP search for this, of course. But we want a specific script just doing the right things and not using this, doing it ourselves. So third, we can modify this one. I just don't remember what X was. But that's easy to find from the first place it was. So here's LDAP search. That's what I was looking for now. So it will say what X is, I'm sure. SASL authorization identity. No. Simple authentication. Lowercase. Yeah, now I remember. That's probably similar to what we set. The default option we saw there in the LDAP query in packet. So let's hop there so you know what I mean. Was it here or in the login? It must be the login. Yeah. Come on. I'm thinking this might be authentication choice, so this would be the same as a simple one, maybe. I could copy this, hopefully. We can Google it, because knowing is better than guessing, right? It's a very odd term. And obviously, here, Microsoft. Combination of packet discovery mechanism and authentication. Unlike SASL, Cecily includes package discovery in the authentication mechanism itself. It sounds kind of like simply doing stuff. You don't have to bother, meaning they called it simple, right? I don't want to read all of it now, but there was also an ED summarization here. And I like the reference to the concept of going. Yeah, strategic silence. So this might be the origin of it. Silence and pauses to encourage other to. So we don't say much. We just do it the as simple as possible authentication. Uh, that was funny. And here we have nice learn. So we got the same page up from there too. Yeah, I like when I learn things. Maybe I should eat a bit more too. That's what it opened by itself. These were, I got an email with the today's jobs from. Let's move that out of the way a bit. Yeah, so it was off. Not much useful now then. So I want to read that one, but I don't want to read it aloud for everybody. We can see first, though, where in its tree of information it is. So we have Active Directory technical specifications, security, LDAP, authentication, supported authentication methods, and we have simple, SASL, and Sicily. So meaning that this is not the same as simple. Simple is something else. So we're not using the same as the X option in LDAP search. Proven wrong. And then it goes to other things. This is 15111 authentication method. So there's those three. Well, let's click simple then.
5.1.1.1.1 Simple authentication. The support of simple bind in Active Directory is consistent with RFC 2251 Section 4.2 and RFC
It's a
2829.
bit low for me.
Active Directory does not require, but supports, the use of an SSL/TLS encrypted or otherwise protected connection when performing a simple bind. Also, while Section 6.2 of RFC 2829 specifies that an object possessing a user password attribute is a prerequisite to being able to perform a simple bind using that object's credentials, Active Directory does not use the user password attribute to store the user's password in most cases, and possession of such an attribute is not a prerequisite to performing a simple bind against an object. The password attributes used in Active Directory are discussed in more detail in LDAP password modify operations in Section
Yeah, so I was actually
3.1.1.3.1.5. The simple bind uses the password policy settings described in the Group Policy, Security Protocol MSGPSB Section 2.2.1.2 and is applied using the policy described in
I'm in the wrong
MSGPSB Section
place again.
3.2.5.2. When performing a simple bind,
This
Active
is where
Directory
we
accepts
can
several
set
forms of name in
stuff.
the name field of the bind request. Each name form is tried in turn. If the name field of the bind request maps to a single object
So
using the
domain
attempted
is
name form,
first.
the password on that object is checked, and the authentication succeeds or fails,
So
with the error invalid credentials/unrestricted,
authentication choice
depending on the result.
equals.
If the name field of the bind request maps to more than one object, the bind request fails with the
So
error
what
invalid
kind of it
credentials/error underscore
expects a
invalid
string
underscore
here?
parameter. If the name field of the bind request maps to no object, the next object name form is tried. If all forms have been tried, the bind request fails with the error invalid credentials/error underscore invalid underscore parameter. For ADDS, the name forms are tried in the order they are listed below.
So we need
For
the strings
ADLDS,
then.
the name forms are tried in the order below, except that forms marked only for ADDS are not tried, and the user principal name, UPN, mapping, the second form below, is tried last. The name forms are 1. The DN of the object. 2. The user principal name, UPN, of the object. The UPN of an object is either 1. A value of the user principal name attribute of the object, or 2. Only for ADDS, the value of the SAM account name attribute of the object, followed by @, followed
We
by
also
either
had the default
1.
value, right?
The DNS name of a domain in
So
the
we
same
can
forest as the object,
suddenly Google
or
on
2. A value in the UPN suffixes attribute of the partitions container in the
on
config
these
NC
two.
replica. When a name matches both the user principal name attribute of one object and the
Strings
UPN generated from
silently
the SAM account name of
negotiate.
another object, the simple bind processing
I
attempts to authenticate as the first object.
see
That is,
silly,
priority
not
is given to the value of the
silently.
user principal name attribute,
So
rather than
maybe
failing the binder to duplicate
simple.
objects. 3. Only for ADDS, the NetBIOS domain name, followed by
This
a
calls
followed by the value
Sicily
of the SAM account name
authentication.
attribute of the
Let's
object.
do.
4. The canonical name of the object. 5.
Hmm.
The value of the object GUID attribute of the object,
We could
expressed in
Google
string
this
form,
line,
RFC 4122 section 3, and surrounded by curly braces, for example, CA2E693F6280-4589-9376B3707455D3.
Yeah, that's not much useful
6.
anymore, right? It's just numbers. Yeah. Let's remove the. We want the others too. Alt type. No, this is what we want. So what about when it uses two of the words? And it wants a string, not. So it had both those words, 2 and 5. It's still on the same train there. So we're on TripAdvisor to Milan now. Yeah, I kind of want. So we kind of want to really impact. You can check the impacted source for that because it's free, right? It's open. Impacted deep dive. Hmm. Oh well. Hmm. So this is not really impact deep dive, it's just the scripts, the example scripts. But it had the words in it, right? What do I have in my paste? So it's not like not existent that it doesn't exist, but it's found. Yeah, so I don't know why. Why did I want to find this one? This might be fun to read anyway. Impact. Added simple authentication choice for scripts that can use LDAP connection. And it's LDAP connection that we're using from Impact here. This is the so now we found it. So we want the login, LDAP connection login. The types. Yeah, this is one we already have up, right? LDAP types. Funny thing. I should have just read it. Yeah, I should have. Yeah, not there. I did search in the full repo for this. Or was it for something else? And this is a file. I don't want to go to file, I want to search. And this repo, please. There it is. LDAP. Name the type. So here. Simple, SASL, simply package discovery, negotiate, and response. That's what I was looking for. I'm not going to read the whole code for Impact, though I'm very interested in the lower levels. Because in Packet, what it is really easy ways to communicate with protocols that exist in Microsoft, and it's supposed to be getting the. I'm assuming it will. They analyze the protocols on a low level, I think, right? And understood how they work, and then they made this available for everybody. So cool. Yeah, Python classes for working with network protocols. And it's not just this, it's all the things. So many things. And this is what NetExec uses too. It's what all the things uses. I guess except PowerShell, because it's already Microsoft. Development version. This is almost finished now. How long time should it take to eat your dinner? I guess it's dinner now. Mm-hmm. The spirit of this open source initiative is to help security researcher and the community speed up research and educational activities related to implementation of network protocols and stacks. And Microsoft labeled it as virus. If you desire to use this code, some part of your own uses. And bugs. Security policy. Yeah, Defender should say, hello there, what are you doing? But when you're installing with pip, a library in Python, in temporary directories, that was a mess, right? Because if I didn't already know how to do that, like normal user, whatever, and it's not nice to have exclusions in temporary installation directories for Defender, is it? If that's the only way to install it? So it uses two other LDAP, for example, there libraries, and Flask too and stuff. Oh, I learned something. I learned something. Yeah. Mm, requirements.txt. Where was I here? Sys platform. And there's a semicolon. So I have this need. Tell me all about it. Fails to parse? Of course it's an error. Python orange. Python version. For requirement txt, we have markers that can be added to the file, and if I understand correctly, those markers are used to express what environment I want to work on. For example, I need the dependency on Windows, and the same for Python version and others. Yeah, so if you have old Python version, you need this file too. Mm-hmm. Or marks equivalent of compatibility tags. For example,
Pandatong says.
When rot beautiful.
thanks, panel, for the bacon and for the cute. Yeah, Johannes has lots of nice notes. Yeah, so this guy was more asking than actually knowing. Python packaging guideline dependency specifiers. This is where we want to go. And let's enter. We will learn so much on LDAP in this. No, I just stumbled on this. So semicolon and then this. This is the thing. And now we're in Python docs. Pack 508. Okay. Grammar. So I actually have two requirements txt files now. So the easiest way to get to my GitHub is to do this, right? And just click it. And then we have yeah, it is this. It's the RSS reader. So look here, requirements Linux and Windows. And if I learn this, I don't have to have two files. Well, 3 months ago, we need to move it here.
Fixerbot says.
New follower Junkow1. Less than 3.
Thank you for the follow and welcome in. I should change the title, right? Impact it. Well, let's say like 80 hacking impact Python Script. I can't even spell Python. There. Script.
Dylan Kaiser
Play.
says. Hi, fixed it.
Hi, welcome back. So, just changing the title of on Twitch. YouTube has what it has. That's my backup too, right? So I want it to be for the whole stream. So, after 9 hours streaming, it's playtime now. Hmm? I did just apply to one job, but I'm gonna do another one. I know which later, probably. So, mm, mm, mm. Yeah. So this is not nice, right? Windows, and this is not finished, and Linux is not finished because this one won't say. Won't say Piper. Playwright will probably not play well with Linux. Yeah, they have GTTS in this version. Not good. We don't want to use cloud stuff in a local script. Windows has its own TTS, which is just enough and good and great, you know? And Linux kinda does, but it's very robotic and old. But Piper is kinda also. Yeah. The only thing, the commands that I tested are in the history of the Proxy server that is crashed. But I have them on stream. So probably we can find the stream and I can see all the commands. My food is almost finished. I'm thinking let's do a last race for 100% focus. So Linux, we can do OS name, POSIX Java, sys platform, Windows. What about Windows? What header is this? We saw Win32 here. Someone mentioned Windows, so I want to know what they're supposed to be. Here we have platform system, Linux, Windows, Java. Good. This seems like. So I'm using for something else. I'm checking if it is. But that's in the code. Yeah. So if we go to speaker, this is os.name, you know, that is NT or POSIX. But in the syntax here of the requirements file, I had no idea we could do this. But this one will include different files depending on the operating system. That's kind of cool, isn't it? Hmm? As the Windows one is just Windows. Almost nothing left. So the real goal of this is to make a simple script that when we get credentials to an AA user account, we can check what are all the permissions this one has. Oh, it happens to have DC sync. It's not member of any groups, nothing we can see simply. But oh, it has DC sync, like we just saw now. No permissions for anything else really. It's just one of these odd, I guess, CTF type things, right? What normal user in the real world has DC sync? I don't know. But instead of doing, you know, million steps to get Bloodhound started and waiting, now I need a spoon. Hmm, there. Don't think they're going biking. I would hear that. So I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna bike with the headache. Otherwise, I might have. It's nice weather. But it is like evening now. You can feel it in the air that it's, yeah.
Junkcow1 says, "You are making me
Sorry.
hungry, ha ha ha."
Sorry. That was my dinner, now I'm finished, now we can focus. And welcome to, we're welcome to chat. So, did it have examples at the top? Requests. So request is one of the libraries. Security tests. So, and then we have the version bit, which I knew about, but it kind of failed when I tried to use it. And then we have, in this case, Python version, right? But we now know that we can also use these others. Let's go to the lower one. And for me, as I'm differentiating between Linux and Windows, right? System platform or platform system. This is sys platform and this is platform system. It's not like unified in one way. This fits everything. Linux 2 is from Python 2. Linux 2. Why would one want Linux 2? So this search thing makes me not have any scroll possibilities. Would I anyway? No. We'll have to do this. And I'm not zoomed. It's still buggy. Yeah, semicolon. Let's just so of course I have this up, right? We can just do a quick edit and it's done. Because if I don't do it now, I might not do it. So it's quick. We had it up and actually listened to news to start the stream. There. So I can't see with the window. I tried to drag something that didn't exist. Where's the top of the window? Is it here? Yeah. So instead of requirement Linux and requirements Windows, so this one has pi win32, and this one has, this is outdated, but this is what it was. So let's just make one requirements now instead. I'm kind of thinking we'll just add a new file here to start with, and this is a good enough reminder for me to do it. Yeah, let's just copy paste, because where's paste? No paste. Okay, then I just Control V and see what happens. Yeah, and we want to grab from the Windows one this, and as that will be replaced. This is Google's TTS. It is not good. This is Windows. Is in here. So then we do semicolon, and we go try to remember what method was called. So this is POSIX Java, Linux one, no Windows in here, and yeah, this is clear Linux Windows, right? So platform system is what we want, and the platform, the equivalent here is, yeah, we could use OS name too, as that's what I'm using in this file. OS name NT, OS name POSIX. That would be actually better. It only just didn't have these in this POSIX Java. It doesn't have NT in here. But I know OS name has that, so let's try OS name. So let's do OS name, because then we have the same thing in both places, right? And then it's the POSIX and NT. And at the top here, we have the example. This is what it's supposed to look like. So this is the Python version. And in our case, I'm assuming we want an equals instead. So I found this is in Impact, right? Here, double equals sys platform win32. Also, sys platform win32 does not exist in the list over here. So I'll have to scroll for 5 years. Sys platform does not have win32 here. So, but I'm ignoring that. We're doing the one we have. We know this list is not complete. It also says sample values, right? It's just some sample values. There might be others. So double equals, and let's put those here, and NT. And we have, they use Win32 in like that. So let's copy this and do POSIX here. So any Linux Unixy thingy that want to run this Python script, they will try to install these things. Yeah. I know the auto installation of Playwright doesn't work for Linux, but it works for Windows. Maybe I should just remove it for Linux. Maybe I did. So that was nice. That was nice. Just random chance discovery. To finish this off, let's just rename this file to requirements.txt. So, and these two, of course, needs to be deleted. Let's just do it. And there hasn't been any updates. Recycle bin. Don't ask me. I don't want it in recycle bin. I want it actually deleted, but that was not an option, so whatever. There. I guess if we don't have a question on deleting files here, it is nice. So if I undo this now, yeah, it just takes a second. Good. Always good. So let's close this project again because we're going back to where we were doing. But learning things, that's a big plus. I'll have to add that, like this whole document is very interesting. I'll put this in the Python notes. So now we have programming. Boxes, labs, Linux, programming, Python. Let's just put it here. You can, requirements.txt files. There. I don't remember the exact syntax, so. Example. So let's do it. Sudo add from RSS script. There. So if I ever check for that, I will find it. So I should probably search for to-dos in my. Do we dare to, Nah, not today. Let's underail here. So close. And we use npm posix to select which file is run. And now we use the same to say what requirements are installed. That's nice. Using the same ones, it's no mess. Right. And this one didn't actually have what we wanted, but I think it might be worth reading anyway, but not now. So this code we already had up. We didn't find anything here. Actually, if we undo that, did I have... No, this is not where I found it. Where did I find the answer? It was in the file we already had up, right? Here. And then I opened it. There. Here are all the types of authentication. That's what I was looking for. So there will be more cool stuff in this file, but for now, I'm gonna just use a simple notepad here. And that was just a previous temporary. Let's just, sorry for the bright light. So, maybe we'll just put a line. That was supposed to be an and. We don't need it, it's just one of the options here. before or after. So we can choose these, and the default is this one. Default. Let's actually do that, so it's obvious that it doesn't belong to the one after. So that we have to look in the source to see this, and that we couldn't. Also, one thing that annoys me a little bit here, not a lot, but slightly. Come on, pop the thing up that I always complain is too quick to pop up. There. Yeah, this is not the one. This is search. It's a search. We can just see list. It's a list. It returns a list. What kind of list? We don't know what list. Tell me what list this is returning. So it's obviously not giving code enough information to tell us what it is. And we don't know. And this is what it suggested, ChatGPT, and this doesn't work, right? Because some of them don't have two. And we printed it. That's where we're actually at. So let's hop back here. And let's scroll up a little bit. Here is a full thing. So I'm actually going to copy this. Maybe this is cut off here. Administrator. Interesting. So let's just pop this up. Yeah, kind of want a new one there, right? It's a list. It's not any pretty JSON or anything. Let's make a new file. Results. Search results. Let's do .txt because why not? And let's just paste that. So we have two things here. So the first one is just this, meaning we can just skip it, I'm assuming. No, this is the other output. This has nothing to do with that object. It's our normal print. This is the list from there to there. Let's just find all of this character. So, yeah, let's actually. So, how many of this? There's 17. Payload. I'll just split it up a little. So first we have this. Look, that was pretty of it. Then we have a comma. Then we have a comma. It's not smart enough to not do that. Maybe now it will. Then this is within the same bracket thingy. Named types object types named object type object name, and then we have another and another. And two ends, one you start. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I guess I will do this. So we get some kind of order on these. And that actually ends here, right? Well, whatever. And then we have 2 ending here. So the start and the end, which is actually ending 2. So let's end it. Let's do that. There. End. That means this one would be on the same level. Attributes. And also I would do the commas as I started with to be logical now. Why be logical, right? Let's just sort these out first. I'm doing it on 2 characters and not all of them. So obviously this one and this one are on the same level, right? And these are not indented, so we don't have to mess. So undo a bit so I know. That's just a normal comma one. And this one is indented. At least I can read it like manually. That one ends. Type attributes. So I'm assuming I should really just count them, right? Let's just not care about the indentations, really. I just want to see this one actually ends again. This one actually ends again. And these have the same syntaxes. Yeah, this is not Python. It doesn't have to be perfect. It's just me trying to read. This and this, obviously very similar, right? And also up there. And thank you for making this readable by making the same ones show. But here we have this one starts 1, 2, 3, 4. Back 1, 2, 3. So we are still one step indented here, right? So this is inside this, but they have the same. This is Microsoft. I'm blaming them. So let's make a new line here instead. It's just for reading. I don't care about the details. I could do this with Python in a better way. Why don't I? Because. So all of these are in, again, not ending until this one, which ends 2 itself, and the one before. And yeah, this is just such a mess. And that one actually ends, but not that one. And this one ends. And that one also, no, it doesn't end. Yeah, it ends, but here. So really it would be that one is indented together with that one. And now we're going crazy on returns here. So, how could I make this one understand this? Maybe just convert it to JSON and make it more readable for this and make it JSON friendly. I should have just done that, right? So now I'm like, oh, again. Someone is barbecuing. So this way we're not getting, these are just marking my own lines I've added. So 1, 2, 3, 4 is what we get. Comparing this to the LDAP search, having these at the end too. I'm sure I did one too. No. I did it here, right? No, this one doesn't have it because we have to make an actual search. And we didn't. So let's do that just for the comparison too. I'm sorry if I hop all over the place. Just please tell me if you want me to do something. So that's why we have this up. So here you can see them. I don't really have to run it, but at the end here we have search reference, 3 of them. That's, I've been saying like, I want to get rid of that. It's just annoying. Knock on the door. Hey gubben! Vad sa du? Vill du ha det nu kanske? Pappa håller på med mat nu. Jag fixar det när pappa är klar, okej? Du får röra på dig lite mer gubben. Så blir benen bättre. Skutta upp och ner på trappan några gånger. Inte bara sitta vid stolen på konstiga sätt. Yes, jag ser. Jumpa time. Mycket läcker. Jag stänger här för jag får in så mycket matos. So I think I might have had my door open and my hubby's making food for himself. So if we compare those to these last results there that are not really part of the results, these will just end up at the end of all queries we do with LLaP search. And I've checked for some way to get rid of them because that's not the response, right? This is what we wanted in this case. Yeah. We don't have to make a new query because we have an example. So, did I scare people away now with all this? I think so. This will be a nice result when it's done. We're gonna close this. That was just a comparison. Actually, let's give it up as a. This is 2 ways to search in LLaP. One is using in packets manually in Python, which will become automatic, and the other is just using the common command. Now I'm looking for LLaP search again, but I already have searched for it. There. That's what I did last time. So let's close that. We're not doing non-AD stuff. This is what we're doing now. This is just a base info on the box in case we need. Yeah, I was gonna put the hash there too. Where did I get the hash? on 13 then. Boxes 13, and then I put 14 in here. No, where is it? Oh, it's in the wrong place. That's very odd that I didn't notice. It doesn't really belong in the box notes though, I guess. I just wanted somewhere to type. Move file to boxes. Move file to, yeah, you can just do one. Okay, so I can use arrows if I don't use a mouse. No, it's the same thing. So in boxes we will have a 14, just alone, all alone over there. That's the only problem really with this. So if you want to move something for real, you just have to open it in the Explorer. So 13, that's where we're going now. I already opened it. So there, close, there. Obviously a hash, right? And there. So I just wanted to finish the main info notes for that one, so it's done. All right, that's what we just edited. And that one close. And that. And to move to my notes, my current notes from my old. Yes, I use Google Docs. That was long ago now. But it still might be interesting stuff in there. So it is long. Yeah, it's long. So this is not really relevant now, unless we need anything more from there. These are input into there. This is definitely something to remember, right? That happens to be selected the line and everything, so that one is good. I'm thinking if I want anything else from this file for now. Let's actually do a impact tab group. So if we find great pages for that, we'll put them while we're doing it, then we'll just save them somewhere. So this is also just impact. We don't need several. I don't see how this helps us, and we Google for stuff when we need it. This helps me understand that, but we can just search, and this is the first hit we got when we searched. Now I'm gonna redo that and actually put it there, because this is a simple explanation of the different alternatives here in the, yeah. So, and we have found what we were looking for. Let's continue. This is also search for the same thing. This is some old link that I'm gonna read later. Yeah. So let's go back to the script. With thing 1, thing 2, not enough values to unpack. Expected 2 got 1. So instead, if you just get one thing and print those, we won't get everything. That's what I just did here. And this is much less data than this. So I think the easiest way object name attributes. Yeah, we will rewrite.
Sent you a pic of the state of my office. You're muted.
Oh, I'm muted. I am so pissed on ChatGPT right now. Sorry. Well, it doesn't matter. It's totally giving me the opposite of what I want. So I was like, this is a perfect example of why I don't use this for coding. Just asking for facts, short facts, but you can't really do stuff, right? And now I asked it for a quick example code to test this, that we had the right stuff, and it didn't work. So I asked it to fix it, and it told me that my code had this and this error, and it kind of fixed it the wrong way. So I had to fix it the right way. And then, yeah, it was an image on Discord. Yeah, and then it said, give me, like, I want to see all the output, not just one line, which it did here, right? Don't just give me this. I want to see all the data from this actual output. So I sent it this and told it, this is how the data looks. Tell me how to make this pretty, right? And then I said, oh, it's this kind of object. I understand now. And then he said, updated the code. That's my try, by the way. We get actually more info there. This was the outfit. This is all the outfit there. So I shouldn't have spent any time on it. And also, I will have to stop streaming. Yeah, so Panda, was it on Discord? Now you can hear me. Yeah, I asked also about the what was that Zoom thing you mentioned? I need to get more water soon.
If you need any boxes, I gotcha.
Okay, I'm looking. I'm looking. I'm assuming this is intended for stream, right? Okay, you have boxes. But kind of nice and roomy office. Are these the computers that you were installing, right?
LOL boxes of PCs and phones.
Yeah. You can send me some. I don't mind.
Those are old PCs up front.
You can send me these too. This kind of looks like stuff I have over
Some are
here, but
ancient.
let's see. Let's look at one ancient thing here. Look here. Here's an ancient one. I'm trying to see. Windows 7. Windows 7. VGA. But that's not impossible to find, I guess. It doesn't have any PS2 ports, so it's modern. i3. Optiplex 3010. Where? I have another one somewhere here.
I have a Dell Windows XP laptop
Oh
somewhere
yeah.
in the back. It's massive.
Look at this one too. This is even older. Yeah. Oh, still no. But this one only has. This one actually has serial too. So I'm looking for the Windows version. Windows 7. Pentium inside. So I don't remember. I think one of these is actually installed as a honeypot. Um, so let's put this back. And this one. Look. Yeah. So, mm, mm, mm. Yeah, I was talking about converting it to JSON, right? Because it's much easier to handle. And now that's what what I would have done. And I thought let's ask it to do it first instead. Yeah. For entry is instant entry to len equals 2. No. Else print entry. Well, it's a first test, right? It's a first test, and it will print all of the data. Okay. Okay. So I think these are interesting though, so we're going to keep all the versions. So the LDAP ASN1 that it thought it was, it seemed to work. We didn't receive errors. Well, we did on this one, because I don't think there's an URI in there. So now we will just print the entries it can't handle. Meaning it added the... This is what I got before when I just printed here. This is me. Editing its code. And this is too little data. So let's just ignore it and not get tummy ache because of horrible idiot LLMs. Yeah. So we have some, I believe, is good data, but I shouldn't ask it for more. I said that at the start. We ask it, we use it as Google, right? That's what it can handle. It can't handle more complicated stuff than that. So let's see here. Here we have, yeah, here's the first funny thing, right? Oh, generic all don't have object type grade. And it says, oh, the GID is this. It's known. Let's actually read this now. So we want to save. We can copy this bit. Let's put it in the script. And I'm kind of assuming that Impact has this already. I don't think I mentioned Impact to it yet already there. So it didn't know that it existed. We'll see if it exists in there. I'm just putting that in there with a comma at the end so we can add stuff. ACE parsing with Impact. And here it actually uses this because now it's just grabbed a random example from the internet that actually works, probably didn't think, right? Security descriptor allowed object ACE. Let's try this line 2 then. That's our security descriptor. So it looks much bigger and nicer over there. And then we have connect. And here it has bugs because this is not supposed to be there. This is obviously wrong, right? Because this is supposed to be HTTP and this is supposed to be administrator.htp. It knows what the base is. It's just a mess. Uh, Actually, this one might be administrator.http, and this is the IP, what on the one we use now. But it said it also could be the full name, which would be ac.administrator.http actually. FQDN, not just skipping the last end, which it thinks is local here for some reason. Yeah, sorry, I'm not gonna hit. Oh, try to hurt more ChatGPT more than it does itself. I'll forget all of its faults right now, right? Get the root domain object. Thus I told it. In an example. LDAP con search. Yeah. So what are we using? We're actually using LDAP con 2. And in this one, this wouldn't work either. But here it has more things. So I believe this one would still have to be search filter equals before for it to work. But let's copy this one because it has more data in it. So copy the line. And then it has the same problem with the result is not that format. Yeah, it can't extract that much from a result. So we're gonna add this one here too. Oh, so it wrapped the line. I guess it is obvious with this missed number there. Search base equals search base. Yeah, I thought why not add the full name for this one too, even though it is the first one, so it is okay not to use it. But the search filter is required because there's other things there really, right? It's not the next in the order. And attributes. So instead of domain here, we have star. And we just wanted to get a first result to see what it was. Attributes anti-security descriptor. So, and search controls DACL only. So let's actually run this now. Yeah, so we had search controls. Module input LDAP has no attribute as the flag request control. So there's no such thing. We imported both things that it said. So I'm kind of thinking we're gonna cut it off before this one and just put a parenthesis comment and see if this works. No, because the oh, I made the wrong parenthesis. That's the only thing. Or did it do something itself? Sometimes it adds parentheses, you know. So now we got star, right? Attributes, partial attribute list. So obviously data is missing. We don't get the data. Yeah. And we get, let's see. So I'm thinking this will just be normal queries. But maybe convert this list. It says it's returning a list. Is it returning an object? But it looked also like a list when it was printed. This is annoying. I'll just put it here for now. And let's comment the working one. This will be slow. I wonder if there's a automatic one. Or let's do this double. Yeah, kind of thought so. Of course, we get the same. There's not enough values to unpack. So its first example also had the same bug. So, but we can combine it with the working one to see if this still has something that the other stuff didn't have. Because I'm thinking it stole this from someone more than it just messed up itself. Or stole parts. Yeah, this was mega simple. Let's actually make something in between this, all of this. I'm still thinking JSON would be a nicer way to handle it. For ACE and SD, DACL ACs. I think we'll just have to throw this away and find an actual example. Maybe we can ask it to Google for examples for us. Then it gave us a very nice list of qubits and links that were mostly 404. But there was the sort to impact it, even though the link was bad too. And I told it about the impact though, you know. Then this is what I hope is actually good. So I asked it more specifically, and then I asked it to double check this. Hmm. So now it has more things. So we can check these out. We did get an error in the include there, so I think these exist at least, so we can check these out. So I asked it to give examples for the different ways of getting data. Um, so this example is for getting information about generic call, generic write, write over, write back, SAS. And I didn't even want to test these before because we had so little knowledge, and now I know at once this won't work, right? So if we could make it understand what actually is up and down, and working and not working, it might be able to actually be helpful, but I don't think it's worth it. I don't want to spend another hour fighting ChatGPT. Mm. So we did get all of this data here in the search. Let's change it to this one and actually read the full blob that we get, the res printed. But let's also get this bit. I know that the bit first. Oh, it has controls up there too that it uses. Yeah. A deep breath. Don't hit the computer. It's not my computer's fault. So this won't work, but maybe we can make it work. So controls here. There's a list of what? This is a funny kind of syntax. Yeah. This is a list of this, right? So this is a list of a function with this. Okay. So this is what it tried to do here too, but it failed. We had to comment that out. So now it's doing it differently. It doesn't have the LDAP dot first. It just does this. And this one is before that, right? So I think it might be less corrupted, to be honest. That's what I mean. So controls, we replace controls here with this. There. And search space. Bye bye. And we fix that bit there. So this one works. Why search for object class star? So we know better than this, right? So we're interested in users and maybe even a specific user. That's what we want. So I'm gonna hop to my own web page again. I'm gonna search for object class Is it actually in here? Yeah, of course it is, because it is here, right? I just thought it would add the parentheses to the search, and it didn't. And here we have actually object class person, which is what I was wanting to confirm. And we also have computer group. So let's do person. There's also user, right? But I think person, I decided just to use person. And here's star. And this one is user. So instead of star here, we're going to do person. And we're just gonna print res. And we'll see if this different way of not using LDAP dot here, SD flag request control is now actually imported here, which wasn't before. So I tried to use it before it actually had anything. Didn't say LDAP controls or whatever, you know. And this will be impacted LDAP for this one. So it would be, it wouldn't at all be in that one because this is in controls. So maybe we just change this to controls. No, because we didn't import the full thing, so it wouldn't work. So now this is possibly and probably working, as long as it exists, because it's ChatGPT, so we never know. Alright, and then we just have to comment these, because I'm thinking of exiting instead, which means this. Instead of keeping commenting things, I'm just going to put an actual new end here. Exit. And before this, we do this. And then we can play with things in this section. We don't have to comment all the things. Unless it's syntax errors and you want to start. So, line 5. Yeah, there's no module called this. So let's see if we can find this thing here. So I should have asked it to give me some actual examples. So we should go to impact it, which we still have up, right? Impact it, examples. Here's where the good stuff is, right? Where we can learn how it works. And we want LDAP stuff. This is the one that it failed to twice to copy to my computer, extract, whatever. Get 80 users. Get. This is a nice example of listing So here we should have actually working in packets imports. LDAP, ASN1. So this bit we could import, right? So in this, I want to search for this in this repo. So it seems to be hallucinating this. So we know I can run. Did it get this idea from somewhere? Four little things on the internet had this in it. But I failed to paste, but it's still there. So the four little things on the internet is quickly becoming no things on the internet. This was just too interesting a page too. So it's stuff called the request controller. And it has to do with LDAP. But we're in Java. Let's just close them. Yeah, that wasn't the best search, was it? This is where the examples were from. So I guess I'm gonna read example scripts instead and get actual working information and not look for stuff that doesn't exist. So get AD users is part of what we want to do. So it's a class. We have username, password, domain, target. Element has AS key. Do Kerberos. DC IP, DC host, request user. All the arguments have, yeah, underscore underscore. Not supposed to be used. domain part, so it's messing with the base DN and stuff here. Self header. Output format. Get time because it might get problems then. Process a record. Is instance item search result entry. So this is what we had in the ChatGPT thing that actually worked. I mean, it didn't work the full thing, but it didn't say this doesn't exist. So we have here a search result entry. So we can do check the items there and get this. So far it works. Well, the whole thing actually works except for this. This didn't work. But I'm not interested in the references. So, but I still want to know if stuff works or not. I want to brush my teeth, not chewing gum, and it's kind of not working. Good ice cream everywhere in my teeth now. So, if we go up here, and we can print the whole result, but there is no result because this does not exist, right? So let's do the same thing we did last time, meaning just end parenthesis and comment the rest of the line. Now we can print the result, and then we can start doing something with it. Yeah. So, as I said, syntax errors, it will still not do syntax errors even if it's after this. And we have an if with nothing after it. So I'm gonna have to so let's paste those, and then we just print item. Right? This is a good start. Yeah, it's still importing the thing that doesn't exist. We checked, we searched for this in name packets source, and it doesn't exist. And I forgot to save. Okay, what was a new error? Line 30. Oh. Oh, look. I missed a character. There. Typo. So now we're getting data, but we're not getting the whole data. So it's not actually printing what I wanted to print. So let's also print it before. We're doing print res here, right? And then let's actually do a formatted one with bird wings. And let's do just res colon. And then we do would have been easier to just copy the full line. Item. So now we can see that res is not actually printed. Oh, here it is. So we can see that the amount of data here is so much more, right? Print contentless. I'm kind of thinking we should do pretty print. Let's, I don't remember how the syntax is. I think we need to include it. Pretty print Python. Pprint, yeah. But I think we might have to include import pprint. So there. Yeah, it didn't look right with pretty. And I'm not really sure if we need to do that because, yeah. Did you mean print? So import print, but I think it might be pprint pp, yeah. Let's see, it might be pprint now. So it might still not exist. But that's not, no, yeah. Did you mean pprint? Right? So if we do from pprint import pprint, then we don't have to have this problem. And the other stuff will work. From pprint import pprint. So I know why that happens, but it's kind of ugly, right? So now we can see if there was more stuff here, we would see it. So let's pprint the first one too. So we're gonna pprint. Will this just give us all the data in a pretty way? We're gonna pprint res. So it is doing something with it. So we can see how much data it is in an easier way. So here we have res colon, which is my addition there. And then let's start. And it can't really do this. So let's do the JSON bits that I was thinking of before. So res, let's import JSON here. JSON. Import. Res equals, and when did I last use that? Python JSON from list. Convert Python list to JSON. Dumps. It's a string. That's a stupid name for a JSON variable. No, it is a string. Open my data JSON right. Final JSON dump. Yeah, so we want to Python list JSON. JSON encoder. List of lists encoder. Yeah, so this is really simple if you just remember. Let's say JSON from like text instead. What would you say that? So when do I use it? It's in my streamer bot scripts. I'll just look in my own scripts instead. Yeah, this says dumps. Let's try dumps, and if it doesn't work, dump and dumps. Yeah, dump and dumps, because I don't want the string. That's the whole thing. Yeah, we don't want that. So now we have a better suggestion. So JSON.dump was. So we're trying to convert it here, and then we can print it. And let's see if this is better. Not dump, but duppen. This is why it's nice to have an IDE. Let's stop printing this first bit because it keeps annoying me. So that's the line where the interest is. Trace back line 33. Dump is missing one positional argument. Oh, it's supposed to be a file. So let's try dumps then and see what happens. So we don't want to make something from JSON. We want to make JSON from nothing, from an object. So object, encode object. Let's actually say what we mean here, right? We mean actually object. And say object to JSON. That's what we want. And then it says dumps. If you have a Python object, you convert it into JSON string by the JSON dumps method. And that is what we do. And we get an error because it's not a Python object. It's an LDAP object. So maybe Impact has some kind of conversion functionality. Let's see how its examples handles the results, right? So we are looking for search. And how are the results handled, right? So search filter. I feel like we're too late. Oh, LDAP We're actually where we want to be. So it isn't actually doing anything with the result. Search filter, attributes, some account name. If you lost it, mail, lost logon. Size limit 0, search controls equals SC. Per recorded callback self process record. But we don't have any result equals. So what is SC? Search controls. So we have an exception handling here, and we have closing of the connection. And run self. Self is because it's in a class, so it doesn't have any arguments. Here's the LDAP connection using all of the variables, all the parameters. Logging info. Querying. I should hop over to software. uh, let's actually do that. Hmm. So, assuming the same syntax for all currencies of this thing, we now know that in this there's two queries, right? No, it's just this one. It's just one. So where is the result? We know there's data out here because we have read it. We have printed it to the screen. We have gotten bits of it. Not what we want. Not the format we want. But they're getting feedback. They're getting stuff. They're printing it. So let's start with what it's actually doing. It's parsing arguments. And it's printing help if there's none. And otherwise it's parsing them. And this is just adding in the help and stuff. Python's automatic variables. Is it? If domain is nothing, domain should be specified. We got the first error. And executor equals get 80 users. So executor run. So this class is initiated, instantiated more like, and then we call one of the functions, and then nothing more happens. And this is the end of the script. But if we have an exception, stuff happens. So we just do two things would get 80 users, right? So let's scroll up. That is run, where we were. Let's run. So that's executed. Process record is instance. So it could have its own version of it. No, let's just, it has the constructor. Static method get Unix time. And then process record. So where's this run? Yeah, it's over there. Okay, so we got the answer now. Per record callback. This is how they get the response. They're not using the response messy object. They're using per record callback. So let's do that. So I should have seen that earlier when I read that. So obviously that is trash, and we can also trash that one. That's only a star. That's the only difference. And then we have ChatGPT's invention. And instead here, we have the search base. We don't need all these variables for now, but they might be nice later. So if we ask people to give us data, we don't want to make them do it in several ways, right? So there's search base here. I'm thinking more like it will be an object in here too. And this will be in the constructor, then grabbing stuff and putting it in good places, more organized. And this is really not anything but text. So we're gonna move this one up to the variables because that's where it belongs. So, and these we don't use yet. But this uses 389 is not really interesting. And that's not interesting. And then this crashes it. So let's just see what happens when we run it now. So I'm going to delete everything because this is not how their scripts work. And is there anything here I want? So these are, that's my work. That's all just print. So it's all just gone. And we could really delete this too for now because we will see what they do and we will use their code. And we're going to add now. We have the search filter. Attributes. Let's add stuff here. Right. So I'm not going to use all of these. I don't care about last logon, do I? Maybe I do. So then it uses size limit. Actually, let's make this prettier, right? We're overflowing the line. We don't want a res anymore. We don't want a res. We don't want a res. There. And we need a function. That needs to be before. So this is the first function one. So let's put it up here, somewhere here. We'll have a def. God data. Print. I guess we're gonna actually do stuff the good way, right? Like, first of all, of course, we need parentheses, but we also need something in here, right? What did they have? Nothing, nothing, and then they have nothing. Item. They have an item. So item if is instance. So we're gonna take their code here. If if instance item search result entry, and we're gonna write these tests are messy, so we can return there, and then we can print the item. And that's all for the first step, but we need to put it over here. So I'm gonna go down to its call, and it has size limit 0, meaning probably unlimited, right? So size limit equals 0. Search controls equals and sc. And then I'm actually going to copy the line because why not? And for us, this will be got data. And actually, no parentheses here because that's how it is. And in theirs, it's self dot because they're in a class. And we could also try, but we can add stuff later. But for later, let's remember the name of the error, LDAP search error. Right now, we just want all the errors. So 23. Yeah, I was thinking that SC, as I said here. What is SC? SC is LDAP simple page results control, size 100. And LDAP we have everybody gave up. Sorry for if it says it's boring. It's fun. It's so fun. So we need a C also. And then we get data. So we asked for stuff they did not. Type last logon val set of 0. Type password last set vals of, and we have a funny date format, some account name Emma. But we did not get the thing. I guess we can ask for any attribute, right? So let's actually see if we got this for anything else. Let's actually do star now instead of person, because this is not supposed to be on the user. This is supposed to be on the thing that it has permissions on. But that's not possible, is it? Because it would need more information. Let's just run it and test. So I guess we could also get all arguments. I'm guessing that 100 is so now we're getting somewhere here. So forget about ChatGPT, actually do use the error examples. So we're going to clear, and we're going to run it again. So we can see where the top is, because this is a lot of data. So partial attribute list. So I want to know the object class. Let's keep the same syntax. So without object class, it's not very easy to read what it is. Object class top person organizational user. So we're getting information here now, and it's quite easy to read this line, but it's not arriving from anyone else on the users. So these don't have that. So now I'm curious. So let's comment that, copy it, and see if we can get everything. So maybe like that. Let's see if it gives me an error. It worked. So now we can also see what they have. We have all the data, and it's not ugly print, and I didn't even pretty print it. So let's see how they parse it. Yes, but we need to restart stream, right? So I don't think anyone is on YouTube anyway, but I want the backup. And we're just starting to actually get started with exploring this here. So I'm just going to stop streaming and start streaming in a few little bitty times.